Hi everyone, this is another video of building the full stack e-commerce website. In this video, we are going to work on placing the order and doing payment integration. So we'll write REST APIs in the backend and also we'll create user interface where user can check out the order. Once we land on the order checkout page, it will ask to select the payment method and fill the form for the credit or debit card, let's say. And once the user complete that payment, we'll display the confirmation screen where we'll display order ID. So this video is going to be interesting. Let's start it. Now we are going to add some more entities, like we need address, payment, order, and some more. So let's add that here. So we'll call here entity address, and let's annotate this as an table and entity. So this is our address is table, and here let's use these annotations at here. Now address will be have one ID, private UUID. So let's all other fields that we require in the address table, like street, city, state, zip code. And this uh, cannot be null, all these columns. So let's add the annotations. Okay, so I've added here the relationship between the user and address table. So for the user, we'll here user private user and then join column by user ID. So the name of the column will be the user ID, and then to if and then in the user table here will we have one to many relationship, a list of addresses. So this is the relationship between the user and address table. Now let's have other table here, like order and payment. So we'll create one entity for the order, and here Java class for payment. Now let's use the annotation entity table. So let's add the fields in order entity, UUID, ID. Here will we have private order date, that is of date type. Let's give here temporal type dot timestamp, and then will we have here private user. There will be relationship between the order and user, because user will be place the order, and here will be have many to one. Let's give fetch type dot lazy and join column name equal user ID, level false. And also here will be have a relationship for the address, private address, let's have the same here. Then will be have order amount here, so let's put it here field private double total amount, and then will be have here order status private order status, and order status will be an enum. Let's put here enumerated. So here will we have order status private ship delivered pending. Let's put it all here. Let's go back to order. Now here in the order uh, entity, so here will we have some few more columns like shipment tracking number or and the delivery date, discount or any order notes. So let's all add all here. So this all other fields that we have added in the order table. One more important thing that we need to add in the order table is order line or order items. So let's add a new entity and we'll call it order item. Let's use these same annotations and we'll put it in the order item. Let's change this to order items. And let's add here private UUID ID. So here in the order item, there will be a relationship between the uh, order item and product. So here we'll add the product information in the order item. So let's have here private product many to one and join column. Product product ID nullable false. Also let's add here the order field private order, and also we need to join it. So many to one relationship with order ID. and other fields that we needed, like quantity, and this cannot be null, so let's add here at column nullable false. Then we need to add here private double item price. So these are the fields that we require in the order item. And now in the order, let's add here private list of order items. Let's add here one to many fetch tag dot lazy, and here we'll give also here we'll give mapped by, so mapped by order, and cascade type dot all. So these are the fields that we have added in the order table. So in the order entity, let's add one more field, private double discount. So if there is any discount, we'll store that in the order. So now let's add few more fields in the payment. First we'll make this an entity. Okay, now there is a relationship between the payment and the order table. So here order will be have one payment, and now we'll store here, uh, let's just name it payment, and then ID, generated value, private UUID, ID. Then here will be have private order many to one. So for the order, will be have a relationship one to one, because there will be one payment for the one order for the each order. So let's add one to one, and then here we'll do fetch type dot lazy, and join column order ID nullable false, and let's add here private date payment date. So this is the payment date. Okay, amount, and then we need to store the payment status, payment method, and some more field we needed, like the order has already added. We need to track the payment status, amount, and the payment method. Then we need payment status. For the payment status, we'll use the enum. Let's change this to payment status. Okay, now let's create the enum for payment status. We'll create payment status enum. So here we'll add the some enums in the payment status. So here we'll add some values like pending, completed, or let's say success. So pending, completed, and failed. Okay, so this is the payment entity. For the payment status, we have added the payment. Okay, so now there will be a relationship between the order and the payment table. So in the order will be have one payment, private, payment, payment, and here the relationship will be one to one. Mapped by order, cascade type dot all. So this is the relationship that we have added on the in the order entity. Now let's add all the services that we required. First we'll add the controllers, like let's add here order controller. Let's skip this rest controller. Also let's add a here address controller to update the address. So now here we'll add methods in the rest controller. Let's give it. So now here we'll add a few methods in the address controller. Request mapping would be API slash address. Okay, here there will be an post mapping, public, response entity, address, create address. So let's go to this address and here we'll add JSON ignore. So now in the create address, here we'll expect there will be an request body. So let's add here DTO address request. Now let's add all that annotations first. Data. So here we'll add private. Let's add all these things there. Okay, street, zip, state, and zip code. Also let's add here one more field, that is phone number. Also we need this field in the entity. Let's add here. Okay, so in the address controller here in the request body will expect address request. Okay, now let's add here a service. We call that address service. So this is an address service. Let's add here method public address, create address. So this address can only be added by the user. So we are expecting one more field, that is the principal, that will get it from the controller when the request will so when we'll get the request. So from the token, once that token authenticate, it will be able to get that username. So let's add here at AutoWide, uh, we are basically adding dependency, private user detail service, user detail service. Now here we'll call user equal to user detail service dot load by username principal dot get name, and then at here we'll do address equal to address dot builder street address request dot get street city address request dot. So these are the fields that we have mapped it here, and now let's create a repository. For the repository we have to add one interface. Let's give this name address repository. Extends JPA repository address UUID. Now I will call return address repository dot save address. Also here let's add that set user, and here let's add the method public uh, list of address get address list string user ID. Let's just put it username. So here we'll call this return we don't need this. So this is the method that we have added for adding the address. Also we can add other methods like updating the address or getting the address details. Get that old address that will do in other controller where we are getting the user details. So here we'll call user detail DTOs. Now we'll add here private list of address list, and let's call here user address list user dot get address list, and here we'll return that response. Now let's start this application and we'll test the API. Also in the address controller we need to add a return statement. At here let's call that AutoWide. So all the authenticator request, it is forwarding to Google sign in. We'll fix this later. First, let's log in it to this application. So here now this is our JW token, and now let's use this token at here. Okay, so this is the our user info profile response. Now let's add a request here for creating the address. Here we all user address in the uh, body. Let's open the Swagger here. So for creating the address, this is the request body that we have to send it. Let's add it here, and now we'll try to hit it, but it has to return some. Yeah, it is returning 403 forbidden. Uh, Now we have to use that token basically. In the state, let's add house number. In the authentication, let's add here barrier token. It is giving some error. Let's try to here disable the CSRF. Maybe that is causing the issue. So here what we need to do is, let's try it here, CSRF. Then we'll put abstract HTTP configure. Or let's put in this way, CSRF dot disable. Let's rerun the application. Also, I removed the session management here from the config. Now we'll try with the login. Okay, so the API is giving JWT token. Now let's try the user info. It is giving for node 1. We'll try now. So it is giving the result. And then if we are not sending token, it is giving for node 1. If we send the token, then it is creating that address. So let's try it now here. We are getting the address in the user info. So for the user profile, we are getting all these details. Now we'll use this in the UI. And also let's try it. If we send it the wrong JWT, then it is giving 401. So this is how we'll create other APIs. So for the other APIs, the APIs that we need, like to place the order. So let's create all the API endpoints that we needed. So for this project, I'm not going to maintain the cart on the backend. So what we'll do, because this is just a demo project, so what we can do, we can manage our cart in the local storage in the browser itself, and then we'll just place an order and do the payment. Also, we'll track the order. So let's add the controller for the order. So order controller is already there. Now let's add here request mapping. So now for this, let's add here a post mapping. So public response entity. Order. Create order. And here we'll send the request body. Order request. And here we'll get the principal. Okay, let's add the order request in the end. And so let's add the order request class. We'll add this in the details. Now let's add the annotations that we required. Okay, let's add all the fields that we required in the order request. Now here we add private. First, let's add the UUID for user ID. Then we need date. So let's go to this order. We need order date. Okay, so address. So let's add here private UUID, address ID. Also, we need a list of items. So let's add list of UUID, product. Now let's add item IDs. Here we'll add private double total amount. Payment method. Also, let's add one more field, expected delivery date. Even we can add the delivery slot, but let's go with the adding the date. We can change it later if we require it. So this is the order request. Now we'll go to the order controller, and let's add the service also. So at here, let's add a new class. We will call order service, and let's do this service. And here we'll add public order, create order request, and here we get private. Let's make this transactional, and here we'll add private user detail service. Also, we need order repository. So let's add a interface here, order repository. And this will be in repository. Here we'll add dependency for order repository. Now let's first find the user. User detail dot service load by username principal dot get name. And here we'll find the address that we require to add in the order. Address, user dot get address list dot here we stream dot find. So here we filter the address who has order request dot get address ID equal to address one dot get ID. And here let's add get. For here we can just add or else. Or we can do or else throw new. Else will throw bad request exception. So here throws exception. So once we get the address, now at here we'll do order equal to order dot builder. So here we'll add user dot address. Also here we need a product service. Let's add auto wide product service. We'll call get product by ID. So here we'll call list of products. Order request dot get item IDs dot stream dot map. Here we'll call UUID, and here we do return product service dot get by product ID dot to list. Let's go to this product service. Let's add one method to get the product return product repository dot find by ID. Let's add a product. We'll call so we need to add it in the uh, here also. But we need to change it to the order items. So for the order items here we have order and quantity. We need a few more details to add in the DTO for the order request. So here the item IDs that we are passing, we cannot only we need some more details for the products, like the which variant it has selected. So what we can do here, we'll add product item, and let's add here product items, and this will create a class product item. Let's add order item request. So here we'll add order item request. Okay, so now we'll use the same annotations here. Private UUID, here we need product ID, private UUID, variant ID, or let's say product variant, private double discount, integer quantity. And product for in the order item request, product ID can be repeat, because product variant ID can also be multiples. So product ID also can be repeat. And let's see there here order item request. Now let's go back to the order service. Now here we'll add list order item. So order, okay, yeah. So what we can do here, let's just create the ordered item here there only. So we'll do order request dot get order item request. Now here we'll call product product service dot fetch product by ID, that is UUID. Or here will be have order item request. Now we'll call order item request dot get product ID, and then let's add here product variant, product variant equal to product dot get product variants dot stream dot filter product variant dot get ID equal to order item request dot get product variant ID, and here we do find first or else row. Okay, so now here we'll do order item equal to order item dot builder dot product. This is the product, and in the order items let's add here. Okay, we are adding order integer quantity. Also let's add here product variant private. Here we do fetch tag dot lazy join column product variant ID. Here we do nullable false. Also let's add here private UUID product variant ID. Let's go back to order surface of product variant ID product variant dot get ID dot quantity order item request dot get quantity dot build, and here we return order item. Or also we can just without checking we can simply just use this from the product variant ID from here order item request dot get product variant ID. Also we need to add here dot order, so it should be mapped with that order items. Now for the order we need to add order date, user address, total amount. So let's add all this mapping here dot total amount order request dot get total amount. Okay, order date order request dot get order date discount, order request dot get discount, order request dot get payment method, and here order status, order status dot pending, order. Now here after building the order items, we'll add here order dot set order item list. Now also here we'll create payment, payment equal to new payment. Here we'll just set payment dot set payment status, payment status dot pending, payment dot set order. So once we save this order, we'll redirect the user to the payment section. If the payment get cancelled, we'll cancel the order, or if the payment is completed, then we'll update the payment status. And then we'll call order repository return order repository dot save order. So let's go back to the order controller. Here we'll call order equal to, let's add the dependency here, order service. Here we do return new response entity, order HTTP status dot created. Now let's restart this application and we'll try the order request. Okay, let's open this Swagger here. Localhost 8000. So this is this Swagger link. Let's copy the request for order. We just need this request body. Now we'll try this in the Postman. Okay, let's create here one request, add request, create order. So we are getting 401 because we have not added any token. So let's use this token. So let's add here the user ID from which we have to place the order. Uh, User info. Let's use this JW token. So this is the user ID. Okay, address ID. Let's use the address ID. Home here. This is the address ID that we need to give it here. Also, we need to add here in the user table toString.exclude. So it should exclude uh, to being to be in a recursive loop when we are setting the user and address detail or in anywhere on the APIs. So also let's go to this address here. Also we'll add this. Then let's restart the application. Also let's add some more changes because we are checking the UUID. So let's use equals here. So here we'll check with the equals method, and once if we come at here for the order, let's add this same at toString dot exclude. So for the order also let's add here. Okay, so let's add here payment method. We can just add it empty string and payment dot set payment date, today's date. Okay, if we try the request now, okay, so the order has been added in the DB. So the request is successful now, but we do have to ignore a few properties, like we are getting the user and product detail here, so that we have to ignore it. So let's add in the order entity. We will add here a JSON ignore. So we have added all the places at JSON ignore. Also, we go to add here payment, null payment status. Okay, so it is fine. Let's restart the application. So now here let's try with this same user ID, address ID. We'll just change the product variant ID. So we are using 8205 and let's use this one. Rest everything remains the same. We'll change this to 1001. So this is the response for the order API. Okay, so next we are going to work on the cart and adding the and placing the order from the UI. Then we'll integrate the payment. So currently when we go to the women, I've added some more products here. Now if we go to the category page, we'll see some more products. Now when we open any of the product, so it is displaying a button add to cart. So currently it is doing nothing, but when we'll click on add to cart, the item will be added into the cart, and then we need to display a number here on the icon. So let's first add the number on the icon. We'll just add a static number and read the data in from the cart. So let's go to the navigation component at here. Okay, so this is our link for the cart item. Let's change this to, here we'll put it class name flex wrap, and here we'll put it div. Let's put it any number 10. So here we are displaying this number, but let's add some styles to it. Class name, here we'll add absolute, margin left of, let's add 6, inline flex, item center, justify center, height 6, width 6, and background color black, text color white, and let's give a rounded, full border, and the font of text. Okay, so this is the number that we are displaying on the card. So it is for how many items are there in the cart. And here let's give okay. So here we are just giving a static number currently, but here what we need to do is, let's go to the store feature and cart. Here we have to find uh, basically we have to count the number of items present in the cart. So let's add here a method export constant count cart item state, so it will return state dot. So for the cart we have a cart state dot cart state dot cart dot length. So this is basically counting the cart items, how many items are present in the cart. Now let's go to navigation. We'll use it here. Constant cart length, use selector, and let's display it here. So there is no cart item present. Now here we'll add, if okay, say so here we'll check if the cart length is not empty, then only we'll display the number. So let's add here cart length, and then okay. So now this is displaying the number on the cart. Now when we'll add the product in the cart here, add to cart, so it should be added into the cart. Now let's go to that product detail page in the pages. So this is the add item to cart, and here let's use dispatch, and okay. Okay, so now when we'll trying to add the product into cart, first we'll check if the size is selected or not, because even also we need to select it one color. So at least we'll here check if the size is selected, and for validating the colors you can add the validations there. So first let's check here if size is selected. Constant selected size. So the size is that we are passing it here. Size filter. Okay, so now here when we select the size, we need to call it the function on change. So we are calling the on change function whenever we'll change the size. And now let's go to back here. Also we'll add here on change. So let's add here a state constant selected size set selected size use state. So here on the on change, we'll get it the sizes or selected, let's say values. Here we'll add values dot go. So here on the change, we are setting a size here. Now let's go to inspect. So if we come at here, when we are calling this method add item to cart, let's print here the size that we are setting in the state. Okay, now here in the console, So in the size filter, let's see, we are going at here. Okay, so this will be triggered only when we click on the add to cart button. So let's see, now we have selected size S. Okay, so we are getting size M here. Here. So instead here we checking, let's add a use effect here, and this will trigger when there is a change in the uh, applied size. So here we'll call on change applied size. Let's update the dependency. So now here in the product detail page, let's try now. Now when we selected size, it is printing S. If we unselect it, we are not getting any size. If we select M, we are getting M. So yeah, this is working. Okay, so next, if we have not selected any size, if we are going to add to cart item, we need to display an error here to select the size. So here we'll set error use state. When we are adding the item to the cart, if select size is equal, if not select size, then we'll set error, please select size. And here below the button will display error and error, and let's give this as class name text large, text red. Let's go back to the application. Okay, so this error will, when we select this size, we'll set it error blank. So at here, also here we'll add use effect. This is displaying error, and when we'll select this size, it will not display error. Okay, so now when we are adding the item to the cart, so the first thing that we have to do is, here we need to check the so the first thing that we need to check is the product variant. Even we can add the IDs with these components, but for now we have a unique size. and we can filter out according to the size, the product variants that is selected. So here we'll say else selected variant. Okay, product dot variants dot filter variant variant dot size equals selected size. So it will have now it will be have that selected variant, the selected that we have selected. Now we'll check if selected variant dot stock, let's see that failed, stock quantity. Else we'll say set error out of stock. Okay, so when we are adding the item to the cart, so in this method, if the selected variant dot stock quantity is greater than 0, now here we'll add dispatch the event. So basically what we will do, here we need to set in the local storage. So what here we can create a method. So let's add a method in the util file. Here we'll give cart util.js. Let's add a method here, export constant add item to cart, and here we'll set the item to the cart in the local storage. Let's add this action in the actions folder. So here what we'll do, let's just delete this cart util, and in the store let's add here new folder actions, and we'll give cart action.js. So let's here add export constant add item to cart, here we'll pass the product item, and then here we return dispatch and state. So here we'll dispatch. So in the feature, let's add here add to cart. So in the cart we will pass product, and here we do constant so here we'll dispatch the product action, that is add item to cart action, and we'll set it product id product.id, and let's set here quantity 1, price product dot price, and so we don't need any other field. If we needed any other field, we'll add it later. And once if we go to this at here, so we'll call state. From here we'll get cart state. Now once we are adding, so when we are adding that cart product item to the cart, now here we'll get it the cart state. Now this cart state we have to set it in the local storage. Local storage dot set item cart JSON dot stringify cart state dot cart. So now when we are going to this page, let's go with this product. And now when we select going to add to cart, it will ask, so it will give error to select this size. And when we select size, so here the product has been added in the cart. Now if we go to this application local storage, and we see the cart item. Now let's go back to some other product. Let's say this is the product. So I think we are adding some conditions for displaying that button. Let's see that. So simply I will add the product dependency. So here we have added a condition, but simply we'll remove this condition for now. Okay, when we now add to cart, so we have to select this size. When we select size, now we see it has two product that's added. Now if we go back, we can even still add more products in the cart. So here all that products is added in the cart here. Let's see this. If we'll copy, I just want to see what we are saving it in the local storage. So let's just simply paste this here, and we have added 4 products. Okay, so now here when we are going to cart item, it is doing nothing. So let's implement the route for cart items and a page to display it here. And one more thing, when we are reloading the application, we are not getting any cart items here. Even still, if we see the local storage, in the local storage we still have that cart items. So let's add a logic here. When the product, when the so whenever the application is load, we need to set basically the cart items into the Redux. So let's add the logic here. So whenever the So whenever the state is reinitialized in the Redux, so let's go here. So we'll basically fetch from the local storage first, and so let's add here json.parse local storage dot get item cart, else we'll set it empty. So now we see the 4 items are coming from the local storage that we have added in the local storage. Even though if application refresh, we get the number here. So now let's add a page for the cart items. So in the pages, let's add a folder here, cart, and here we'll add new file, cart.js. So let's go to that route.js file, and here we'll add cart items element. Ideally, we need to load the cart from the backend, the API, but here we are using a local storage. So let's fetch the data from the Redux about the cart. Now here, this is the navigation bar that we do see here, and now here we'll add constant cart items, use selector. So if we go to that cart.js here, let's add a selector here, export constant select cart items, state dot cart state dot cart. Now here we'll display cart items. Let's add here items, class name, text, Excel, so here we'll display shopping bag. Let's add here class name, padding of 8. Okay, so now we'll display some. Okay, now we'll display all that product items here. To display that product items, let's add here the table basically. So here we'll add table. Let's add class name, width full, text large. Let's add here the table head here. So we'll add here class name, text large, background black. text white, uppercase. Now let's add the table row, table head, so let's add here product details. Here we do scope, column, and class name. On horizontal X padding 6 and PY 3, and let's add few more headers. Like here we need so price, quantity, shipping, then we need subtotal, and the last is action. And let's put here text small. So these all are the columns that we required to display it here. This one we can just create in a single one in a loop. So let's add here constant headers. So we will put it all the headers in the here headers constant. So now let's add here headers dot map. Let's delete all these. This is same that we are displaying it here. Okay, so now for the cart items, we'll display here in the table body. So let's add here table body. So here for the cart items, map, return table row. So in the table row, first we'll return here table data. So the first one, here we put class name flex. So first we'll put image. For the image, let's put here source, item dot thumbnail, let's add item and index, and height 48 pixel, width of 48 pixel. Let's increase the size. We'll put it height of 120 pixel. Here we'll put some styles. So padding of 4. Let's change this to class name here. Width of 120 pixel. Height 120 pixel. Object contain padding of 4. This looks fine. And now add here, and now here we need to add the title and some more fields. Okay, so here we'll add div class name flex colon text of small. So here we'll give product name item dot name, and here let's put padding of 2. Here we just need to put padding axis. Text color gray. And here we'll put item size. Item dot variant dot size. And let's remove this from here. Now in this next column, we'll add the price. Also, we need to add the name also. So let's add here when we are setting the product in the state. Pass product name. So here what we'll do, let's remove the local storage. Now let's go to the cart. So here we are now getting all that title, size and color. Now here we'll set it the price. So for the price, let's go to the cart.js. Item dot price. Text of small. So this is the price tag. Now here quantity. So for the quantity we need to set it the plus and minus button where we can increase and decrease the quantity. So now here we are going to add one component for the number input. The number input here will set it the quantity, how many quantity that we need. So let's add here a new folder, number input. So I'm going to add a code here basically to display that number input. Let's use name class name here. So here we'll pass number of uh, basic number number of items. So let's put it quantity. Now let's use this number input in the card.js. Okay, so now here when we'll on change the quantity, now the number input. So for on change quantity, here we'll do on change quantity and send the value, and also at here let's go to the cart. Now we are only allowing one item, but let's increase to two. So in the cart.js, here we'll send it max 2. Okay, so here it will call back to on change quantity when we'll change the quantity for product. We'll receive 1. Okay, let's go to that here in the number input. So here we'll change it constant on change on increase quantity, use callback. Let's put this logic at here, and we'll do here this one on click. So here we'll do constant new value, value plus new value, and then here we'll set the new value. So when now increase the quantity, it will receive 2. It will not allow less number. And now when we reduce it, also it's still giving it 2. Now at here, let's add on reduce. So this is we are calling on change. Now let's put it at here. Here we do constant new value, value minus 1, and we'll set it the new value at here. On change new value. Let's use this at here. Now if we increase it, we receive 2. If we receive Okay, on reduce quantity. Let's add dependencies here. That's because it's not updating. And now we go to here. That received one. We cannot reduce below than one. If we give two, it will receive two. So yeah, this is working. Now in the cart.js, so yeah, this is the number input. In the cart.js, when we receive the value, now at here we need product ID and variant ID. So what we'll do here, on changing the quantity, we'll do here we'll pass value item dot ID. So in the product detail.js, we were passing product.id in the product ID and variant.id. So let's go to that part.js. At here, we'll add item.product ID and item.variant.id. Okay, so now here, once we received the value for changing the quantity, we'll basically dispatch the event. So for dispatching the action, let's add here in the cart.js, update cart. Now here we are updating. First, we'll check constant variant state dot cart dot find. So here we'll find for each item dot variant variant dot id equals action dot payload dot variant id. Just put it here, update quantity, and also we'll set here so here we'll get the product which has added in the cart. Now here we do product dot variant dot. So the field that we need to use is product variant dot stock quantity action dot payload dot quantity, and here we do return state. Okay, so this is the reducer. Okay, so this is the function in the reducer for updating the quantity. Now let's add action. We'll go to the here in the store actions, cart action. Now here we'll call export constant update item to cart action, and let's pass here product item, and here we return dispatch and state. So now it will dispatch date. Let's add this at here cart action, update quantity, and in the payload we'll send variant ID product item dot variant ID and quantity, and the same thing will update the local storage. Now we'll use this action in the cart.js. So at here we'll call update item to cart action. Let's use dispatch. Use dispatch, and here we do dispatch ID and quantity. And the quantity will pass value. Product ID, variant ID. Okay, so this is the action that we are calling. Now let's go to back here. So now we have set it to, let's go back, let's refresh this. So let's update the logic here. What we'll do, basically we are checking here the product. Now let's do this. Here we'll use item dot ID. Yeah, this is fine. We'll get here the variant. So yeah, once we get the product, then we'll get here variant. Let's use this. Let variant equal to product dot variant, and here we do like this, product dot variant, and here we'll put it stock quantity, action dot payload dot quantity. Now we have that variant. Now we have to set return into the state. So how we'll do this? So to make it the state immutable, now here, because every time because we can't change it directly the state, so here we do cart state dot cart dot map if item dot variant dot id double equals variant dot id. So here we do return item and variant, and after the if block here we return item. So we change it to, now let's refresh this. In the cart.js, here we put entity. Okay, so the thing that we are doing here, we are doing a mistake here, because in the product details we are passing the quantity in the directly in the product. So at here, what we need to do is, now once we get item dot variant id, here we need to change it quantity action dot payload dot quantity, and let's remove this. And also we don't need to calculate uh, this. We can simply just do action dot pay variant dot I. Here we can check action dot payload dot variant id. So now let's refresh this. Once we change to 2, it changed the 2. We do see here now it is updating the quantity. Now here, once we come back to the main at here, and when we go back, we see to, let's see back. video C2. Okay, so this is how we can update the quantity in the state, and also it is updating in the local storage. Okay, so the next thing that we have to make is here we need to display the subtotal. So let's go to here. Now we'll add one more. We'll add one more table data here, and let's put it dollar. So item dot quantity. So here if we change it to, the subtotal also gets updated. Also let's add one more here, the total, write one more field, subtotal. Now because we are just using one quantity here, so we'll directly give here subtotal quantity product dot price. And now in the cart.js, when we are updating it, so here let's use this subtotal, and we do action dot payload dot quantity into action dot in item dot price. And in the cart.js, simply here we don't need to calculate any number here. We'll do item dot subtotal. So earlier the state was not updated, but now here we do see when we are updating the quantity, the subtotal also gets updated. Okay, now in the action we'll display resilient button to delete the row. If we want to delete any item from the cart, it will allow to delete the, so we'll allow to delete the item, and then we'll update that to this store. We'll update that to global state. Here button. Now here we are going to add a delete icon. Let's add the delete icon here. And here we put it class name, item center. So this is our delete icon. Let's put it in the center of the row, in the center of table data, the column. Let's put in the center of the column width of. Let's put a flex justify center. So here we have now this action button. So when we'll click on the action button, it will basically remove that product from the cart. So let's add here on click event, on click, on delete product. So here we'll get product ID, variant ID, item dot ID, and item dot variant dot ID. So here on delete product, we'll first basically display a model. For displaying the model, let's install this dependency in the project. Okay, so now after adding the dependency, we have to add some custom styles. Now let's put these custom styles at here in the, let's create a styles folder. There is no style folder, styles, and here we'll give it name model.js. And here we did not need to element set app element. Let's first add this model, uh, this model in the cart. We need a model. Even we can put it the model at here in the shop.js, so it should be available everywhere or in the shop application wrapper. But here we need to find a case where exactly we want to display all that model. So currently we need at here while deleting an action, and if there is need any on other place, if there is a need on displaying the model on other places, we'll identify and then we'll create a state something in the store, and then we'll display the model accordingly. So let's create a model at here. Let's put here this like my model. So let's give here remove item, custom styles. On request clause will basically model set is model open, to false, and here let's give the body for that model. So here we'll give paragraph. Are you sure you want to delete this item? Okay. And then at here let's give a button. Let's put a div here, and we'll basically set here class name. We'll basically display two buttons, cancel and remove. Flex, justify between. We'll do cancel, remove. And here let's give some styles. Background black, width of, let's give width of 10, height 48 pixel, border rounded, and let's give here class name, width 10, height. Let's try this. Let's refresh the application. Let's go to cart. So here this is the model that we are displaying. We have to make few changes. So in the cart.js, let's add width, let's So let's put here flex justify center. So I'll just change some style. Here we are giving the width of 80 pixel. Now when we click on delete, here if we click on remove, it has to remove the item from cart. If we click on cancel, then this model will close out. So let's put it here on click. That model is open false. Let's put here on click. So basically here we first let's add in the state constant delete item, set delete item, and let's put it use state. This is we are doing because once we display the model, right, then we don't have that data, how we which data we need to remove it, because it will display our model and then we don't have control here, so which item it has to delete. So for that, here we'll let's add constant on close model. So let's add here function on close model. You scroll back and here we'll set delete item and set model is open false, and we'll use this method add here while on request close and on click of secondary button. Okay, so at here on click of primary button, if we choose, then here we'll call delete item constant delete item, go scroll back. Let's change this to on delete item. When we are opening the set model is open true, here we'll set delete item, product ID, product ID and variant ID, variant ID. Okay, so here on delete item, right, we need to call the uh, reducer action here. Basically, we need to call the store to delete the item. So now here, let's revise this logic, remove from cart, here return. Let's return here state and cart. Here we do state.cart.filter item dot id is not equal to action dot payload dot product id and item dot variant id variant dot id double equals not equal to, and here we'll just add item action dot payload variant id. So this is the condition that if it meets, and it will basically delete that item from the cart. Now let's go at here in the actions. So we will call export constant delete item action from cart action payload, and here we'll simply do the same thing, return dispatch state. Now let's dispatch remove from cart payload, and then at here we'll basically update the local storage. Here we just can write export constant update local storage, because it is using at multiple places this same thing. So now here when we are going to delete any item from the cart, if we click on remove, let's go to that function. We need to use this delete item from cart action just to delete item dispatch delete item from action and delete item. Then that model is open, false, Okay, it has deleted everything. Let's check it again. Maybe we are missing some logic. So here we are passing delete item from then remove from cart payload. Okay, so here we're doing state dot cart dot filter. So let's check in the cart of JS. We need to change this to item dot product ID. Let's go to this cart. Here I've added two products. Now we are trying to delete these. So yeah, this is deleted. This also get deleted. Now we see two different web products with the different variant. So if we delete one, the one will be remains in the cart. So this is what we needed. Okay, now we'll create the total of the bucket, the cart item, the total amount, and then we'll uh, create. Then we'll do checkout. Then we'll do checkout the cart. So let's add some products, and then we'll create a checkout action. Okay, so this is our cart now. Also, let's add a divider for all of the items for each. So let's add a divider to section into all the items. Here we'll add. Let's put back. Let's put it here. Background white and border bottom width pixel. So this is our. This is we are displaying the border line here in the bottom, and now we'll create here this subtotal. So here after this table, here we'll put it div class name flex justify between. Let's put background gray. Here one div is for applying the coupon codes. Let's put a class name text of large font bold. And then here we'll put it paragraph, enter your coupon code, and let's put here input along with button. Simply let's put form. With form we'll put input. Last name, width of 120 pixel, height 48 pixel, and then we need here border. Adding names folder, margin top of. Okay, so the next here let's add a button. Apply, and here we'll give class name, width of 80 pixel, height 48, background black, padding, and here we'll give a border and rounded. Let's give here text white. And let's put here out on over, outline none. So this is the applying the coupon code on the card. Now here let's create a section for subtotal. Here we'll display paragraph subtotal. So here we'll create a use memo constant subtotal use memo, This will be triggered when cart items will change, and here we return let let value equal to 0, and we'll put cart items dot for each value plus equal to element dot subtotal. And here we return value. Now we'll use this subtotal at here. So this is the subtotal. Let's put here class name and padding right of just putting it in the flex class name flex gap of 6. So this is the subtotal. Put gap of push text large. Here I'll put shipping. And then in the last we'll put the grand total. So in grand total also we'll put subtotal because we are not charging any shipping charges. And here let's put font bold. Let's define some constant width here for this class name. Minimum width of width of 80 pixel, and let's put it all other places.
Let's put it a constant width here. Class name, width of 100 pixel. Let's put all other places. So this is for the grand total here. Now if we increase the quantity, grand total also will change in this subtotal. And if we remove any item, let's remove this item, your grand total also will change. So yeah, this is working. Grand total is also changing as we add the items. Now let's here add the button for checkout. Set back late, and here we will give button checkout. Full height of 48 pixel, background black, so this is for the checkout. Now here in the util file, so we were using to check if the token is valid or not, and the jot helper there is a function is token valid. So now let's check this function, and then we'll display basically if that login to checkout or something checkout button. So we'll use this variable in the cart, and if the user is not logged in, we'll ask the user to log in. Set it constant use memo. Let's put here link, and this will navigate to V1 login. Let's here give width of 150 pixel. So let's log in it in the application. If we go to cart, sorry, log in the checkout. So it is giving false. Let's see here. Need to use both token. Now we are seeing here checkout. Let's add one more route on the account section where we'll give the logout button, and on logout we basically need to see is it so is the token valid method is working, like, and we'll verify if this token valid working properly. So on the pages, let's add folder account. Account.js. Let's put here, and in the route.js, here we'll basically add one account details. And let's go to the navigation component. On click, Let's use navigate here. Use navigate. Count details. And this account details, we need to be add a protected route. So at here in the route.js, let's create one component. We have the component protected route. For new file protected route.js. Use navigate. So here let's add a user fact. If node is token valid, navigate v1 login. So basically what we are doing here, if the token is not valid, we'll navigate to v1 login, else we'll display that component. So here let's put it children. Now we'll use this protected route wherever we need to give the authenticated routes, the private routes. So let's use it here. Now because we are setting the children as account here, so it will call this component, and here if the token is not valid, it will navigate to v1 login, else it will render the children. Now in the account page, no, let's go to this. So this is a logo. One click. One logo. So here we'll call logout and navigate. Use navigate. So now if we go to cart, it will then log into checkout, and at here also we see the login screen. Okay, so now in the cart.js, here we just need to clear item, remove item, auth token. Okay, so also let's add a condition here. If cart items, cart items dot length, and then if cart items dot, just a players folder. Now we can check this at on the top. And if the cart is empty, we'll display some empty cart. Let's display the empty cart. So here, if there is no item, we'll display left and wait full. Let's add a button here. That button is basically or a link. Continue. And here we set it one image. So this is the image empty card. So we are displaying like this. And let's add some product. Okay. And if we go to add here, it will ask login to checkout. Now we are getting checkout here. Now when we check out, it will ask to confirm the address, and then finally we will do the payment then, and then it will place the order. Okay, now let's create a checkout page. So at here, we'll set checkout. And on the route.js, let's add one more route here. Path checkout. And the element that will give here protected route checkout. And on the checkout page, will basically the so on the checkout page, basically we'll ask the user to fill the address if there is no any address, and then we'll ask for the payment. So let's use just close all others. Checkout. Here on click. Let's use a navigate here. navigate, checkout. This is checkout screen. Now let's create a div class name, padding date, lex, width 70%, let's put it 80%, and here we have section for order summary, border, unwanted, large, border gray, width full, let's put it 70 and 30. Here we'll put it cart items dot map, let's just put it here, add pair of item count, cart items dot length, subtotal, and here we'll put the some and here we'll put some sections to get the address and payment. So now let's create the sections to display at here. The first section that we create is address. So let's call here the user info API to get the user info. So the authentication fetch. Let's add here user info dot js fetch user details. And let's just add this URL. Let's include postman. Let's call here and then add the method get headers. So this is the API. Barrier token. Local storage dot get item. Let's use let's use this method in the checkout. Let's use the details. So I will first set the loading true. Here we click set loading, and let's use this setting set loading at here, set loading true. Let's set loading response, and here let's use this constant user info, set user info. Your state, and let's go delivery address. So here we'll get the address list. From the address list, we'll use the first address. Also here we need one more field, name. So let's put it at here in the address. And in the address service, let's map these field. So I'm going to update manually in the DB because we don't have that update request. So now I've added the name field and we updated the name. So and here I updated the name in the DB. We are getting the name here now in the response. Now let's use this address. So now let's give here subject info dot. So from the address list, let's put it straight city straight zip code. And the next session, let's create choose delivery. And here we'll add, let's give the delivery option here. And here let's use some cards for selecting the delivery date. So we'll basically take a reference from the size filter, and let's just copy this code. So here let's put it delivery date constant. I'm just going to put it one div block here, and by default it will be selected. Let's just put it here. Let's put it here. Item. So here just we just added this one more block and given here the flex justify center. So with this we got here two cars. Let's add this here. Here we do payment method. So here basically we'll display payment methods. Let's display here radio groups. Input type radio, name, payment method. cash on delivery, and at here will display button pay now. So this is the form for. So this is the page for the checkout. And here, when we'll click on pay now, this will basically create a payment. So when we click on the pay now, basically this will redirect to the payment gateway. So now let's start working. So now let's add the payment gateway in the project. We are going to use Stripe here. So let's add this dependency in the project. Let's check the person. Also, let's add some dependency in the project for the UI. Now, after this, let's create a payment page. So let's put payment page. Now in this payment page, first we need to call the load stripe, and that should be outside the function. So let's use this at here. And this is the client. This is the client ID and secret. the API key and secret that you can get it when you sign in on the page for the Stripe. So to get the API ID and API key, you have to go to here in this Stripe. Now here you can get it the publishable this key and secret key. And when you go to the docs, here in the docs, when you are working here, you can find your API key and the secrets also. Now for this application, we are using the custom payment flow. So let's add here the payment page and let's add some options. We're just putting here the some, let's put 10 and again here we can put appearance and let's use here element. And here we'll create a checkout form. Let's use this and this checkout form and this will use it here. So let's basically let's say to render this page, first we'll create the route in the route.js. So at here, let's create a route. Also on the payment page, we'll call the user info to get the user details. So here, check out, we're already using this. And at here on the button, we'll click on it. Let's use this pages card.js. This navigate, and this we have to use it in checkout.js. So this checkout page basically will fetch, here will collect the user information like address, the selected address, the slot and everything. then we need to be save it into the state, into the global state in the store. Then when we go to payment page, here we can fetch the all that details from the store. But for this example, we are just using a default information, the default address. So we are not going to save anything on the store. So let's put it here, navigate, on click, and also at the payment page, we need to fetch the cart items. Let's start this. So let's use this payment checkout payment component tag here in the checkout page itself. So we don't need to create any other route. Basically, so this is the route that we have added. We'll delete it from here. And the checkout page. Also, we don't need to fetch these details again. Let's remove this from here. And here, let's add our children. we are trying to pass this button. Tributes non-shipment. Let's put it children here. Then the children will basically get it the submit element. So let's check out payment page. Let's reduce the padding. Let's give it margin top of. So now once we click on the pay now, it will basically create a payment intent on the backend, and it will get a secret. So let's create the API. Now when we do pay now, right, basically it will create an order on the backend and return a payment intent object. So the orders that we are using it here, let's return a payment intent. Also, let's create a payment method here, constant payment method. So by default, this will be a card. Value. And let's put it here on change. Set payment method. Let's start the payment method. So this method, we don't need, we can just put it there only. Let's give here payment method and end. Let's give here if payment method equal card. Let's change this. Now when we select this, it will load the detail info. If we select this, it will not showing that card information. So for the UPI payment wallet, we need to create here to confirm the UPI ID. So let's first, so here we are just doing for the card. Okay, so now let's put it here. So we'll check if the order request dot or method is card. And let's go to here. The payment method. Now here we'll create a class. Let's put it in the services. Payment intent service. So it will create public map create payment intent and here will pass order. Now at here we do intent payment intent create balance filter. Here we'll set the all the information. Set customer. Let's say just setting it the default here. Information. Okay, so here we'll set it the customer order ID. So let's go ahead user order dot get user. User dot get ID dot to string. Set amount. Just setting it. I'm setting it a dummy values. Set currency. Let's put this. Now here we go payment intent. Payment intent. Payment intent dot create. Here we'll put it on map. Then simply we'll return map here. So here we are checking if object dot equals order request get payment card. Now let's create here a DTO. So edit the one DTO here order response. Let's annotate this data so here we'll put it the details private order ID. Service payment credentials. selected payment method. We just give it payment method. So now in the order controller right here, let's give order response. Order response equal to order response dot builder dot payment method order dot get payment method dot build order response dot set credentials. Let's put here payment payment intent service. Create payment intent and at here we'll return response entity order response HTTP status. Okay, so let's restart this application. So in the order controller, I have put it the logic here. Okay. Here we are calculating the order response. If the payment method is card, then we are calling payment intent service dot create payment intent, and then here we are basically once we get the payment intent, then we are saving the order in the repository, and then we are setting in the order response order ID. Let's do this before at where. So here we'll get the order ID. Now in the save order, let's set it here. Order order ID. Saved order dot get ID. And in the payment, create payment intent. Let's put it here map string new hash map, and here let's put metadata dot put order ID. Let's check. Okay, let's restart this application. We'll basically try with the Postman to create an order. Let's try this with this total, new total. So we're getting a exception amount must be at least some case amount is too small. Let's modify this to 100. Let's try now. So here we get what the client secret. Now we'll use this client secret to initialize the payment, and also we got order ID. So if we verify the database in the table, so we are storing this order ID, discount, and payment method. Total amount is this $45. Okay. So now let's go to the UI where we'll create basically the page of. So now let's go back to the UI. Once we once we call this order API, here it will return the response in this format, and here we'll get the credential.client secret. This client secret we can use to initialize the payment, and let's do that. So on clicking of pay now, we'll basically submit it. Might be we have to use the context for this try. So if we access it as here, might be it will be null. So let's put it there in the payment page. Let's check that. Here we do handle payment, handle submit. Here we get event dot event default. Also, let's use some hook here. Constant stripe is right. Constant elements, use elements. Let's put it there. Now if I choose credit card, it will load the details. So now at here, we need to basically call that function to place the order. So let's create here new file order.js. So here we'll do export constant place order. Here we'll call async. Let's use this. Then we'll put it API order. Post and data. Now let's go back to checkout payment page. So here we call place order API. So first here we need to create the order request. Let's call here constant cart items use selector. Select cart items. Now here we'll create the request constant order request. So let's put it in the utils new file order util.js, and let's put here export constant create request. Ordered items. So the request that we have to create is similar like this: user ID, order date, address ID. So in the checkout form here, let's pass the user info from the um, payment page right here and the checkout.js. User ID, user info, got ID, address ID. So it will get user ID, and address ID. So here we are getting user ID and address ID. Ideally, this need to be stored in a Redux. Ideally, we need to this put into a store, but here we are just for testing purpose, we are directly passing into the checkout form. So now here for the order request in the order util, we'll call this method here order ID, user ID, and address ID. Here we pass cart items and user ID, address ID. So in the create order request, let's here set it request dot user ID. Basically, we have to create a request similar like this. Request dot address ID. Request dot order date equal to new date dot to string. Let's add here order items empty array, then cart items. Let's change this to cart items. Cart items dot map item. Here we put order item dot push. So the format on which we have to put it like this: product ID, product variant ID, discount, and quantity. So for each cart item, we'll put it here. Let's just add these fields. Item dot product ID, item dot variant dot ID. Yeah. Let's set a discount 0 here and in the quantity and set item dot quantity. Now in the request dot order item requests equal to order items, and here we need to put in the total amount. Also, let's here calculate um, the total amount. Let's set it to the store discount. Request dot payment method. And here we'll return pledge. Also, let's add request dot currency. So this method will wallet at here. Here will get the order request. So let's print here order request. Let's do checkout. So we are getting address ID, user ID, currency discount, expected delivery, order items. Let's add some more products in the cart. We just need to put it the two decimal numbers two places. We must change this. So for this subtotal there, let's put here value dot to fixed. Yes, to fixed this. Okay, so this is the we had. So this is the change we made. So this is the change we made. We're displaying at most two decimal places. Now here we'll do checkout. So now when we do checkout, so this is the request that it is creating. Order item quantity and here quantity. Also, let's go here. Not full scale. Including the online and also at the checkout page. Okay, so now when we click on pay now, so then okay, so now when we click on pay now, we'll basically make an API call for the order, and from that we'll get the payment intent. So let's do that. Let's add two more state here. Constant error, set error, state payment success, set payment success, false. Here we call place order API, and let's pass the order request. So let's add a dispatch. So return and in the finally block, let's add dispatch at loading false. And let's go this way. Giving payment intent. Right. Got confirm. Let's add here constant order response, set order response use state. So from the response, we will get here order ID, credentials, and payment method. So let's use this credentials and client secret. Payment method, link element dot get element. We will show here with arrow or else if payment intent and payment intent dot status succeeded. Here we'll set the payment success true. And here we'll make an API call also. Also, let's put here on submit on the form. Let's remove from here. Element of element none. So here I just change it to INR link currency and on the checkout page. So here we're using stripe.confirm payments. Also here, like when we are clicking on pay now, Then we are just checking if there is an error on the card in the card. So we'll display that error. If there is no any error, then we do call this place order API. Let's make one change here. We put it INR. Also here added as some description. Okay, now at here we will call this. Okay, now we have to use some test data. Basically, to test the payment with Stripe, Stripe can provide test card numbers that we can use it, because this is payment we are doing in a testing mode. We are not in live mode. We need to test this the integration only in test mode. So for the test mode, we can use all these card numbers. This you can get it. You can just search it, Stripe testing cards, and you will get the link. Let's put some expiry date. 7. So first it will place an order, then it will do confirm. So here the URL that we have given here, on that it has made the now it is making the call on return URL confirm payment, and with confirm payment we are getting the payment intent and all other parameters. Let's see what here. We are getting retract status succeeded, payment intent, and payment intent client secret. So if we get this succeeded, that means payment is successful, and we can update uh, on the backend also. So let's complete this for the confirm payment. Once we get the confirm payment, here will display the success message, and also we'll call the backend API to update the order details. And also we can verify the payment on the dashboard. So this is the payment that we made, and here we can see this is the order ID for which we have made the payment. Okay, so now the next thing that we'll do is we'll create an API to update the payment status, and also will display the payment success message on the UI application. So let's do that. So here now we'll create the confirm payment route. So let's create a confirm payment route here. You said here path. So here on the pages we will add confirm payment. Let's create a new file, confirm payment JS. We'll just put it here, processing payment. Let's put here so here we'll get that. So you will get that query params. Let's put it here, constant. Let's use it here, constant location. We will use location. We will use effect. So I will call constant query equal to then then here input location dot search. Then here we'll get it the client secret. Let's put it here with this. Then here we go is also let's use here. Let's use a redirect status query dot get. Also the payment intent constant payment intent query dot get payment intent. So if the redirect status is succeeding, here we call API to update the status, else will display the payment failed running in. So let's add one API in the order controller, one method basically, and here we'll put add post mapping, update status. Let's go ahead, response entity, update payment status. There we'll put map request body. So here we'll save and call order service. We have to return order service dot update status request dot get payment intent request dot get request. So here let's call uh, let's first put try catch. First with payment intent, payment intent, payment intent, payment intent dot retrieve payment intent ID. And here we'll check if payment intent is not equal to null. And let's put a payment intent dot get status equal to succeeding. Just click here in payment in terms of payment status will request to be here for map stream payment intent dot get metadata string of the ID map dot get of the ID. Then I will do order it the repository go file by ID. What else will be from that request exception? One we can just do like this. Let's do this. Here we do order dot set. So here we'll get payment equal to order dot get payment dot set payment status payment status completed. And here we do order status order dot set order status order status dot that's not change the order status. Here we do payment order uh, payment method payment intent dot get payment method. We order dot set payment then Here we go, order repository dot save order. Here else will throw an error, and here also let's put this. So let's restart this application. We need to call this update payment on the from the UI. So let's go here on the confirm payment. So if unit status is succeeded, we'll call this function. Let's put it here. Confirm payment API order. So basically, currently we are calling this API, but even we can create a webhook with our server application. So once the payment is done, it will automatically update it on the server. So this is just temporary here. We are updating payment API. Now let's call this from here. Let's put it payment intent. Status, redirect status, drop. Then so let's add here dispatch. Use dispatch. Start loading true. Let's add here a state error message. Set error message. Use state. Payment print the code. Let's click with something when Let's use this loader right here, and is loading. Will use it from where. Okay, and the dispatch was that loading was. Also from the API here, let's return an order service order base status. We will return here string, where basically will return if the order ID. And here will return that. Let's restore this. Now here we'll basically add one more page, new page, done confirmed. Order confirmed .js. So here let's put it the location. Let's put here class padding 8. Thank you for shopping with us. Let's put here constant use memo. So from the location, we'll fetch the order ID, location dot search. So I look at here, the way we are doing here, just to get, and in the routes, so work.js, let's put here path order confirm element, and then we confirm payment here. Once we need to get the response, constant order ID, response dot order ID, and here we'll use navigate, constant navigate, use navigate, order confirmed, order ID equal to order ID. So let's test this. We will use card number. View. So this is the response. And also we have updated the record in DB. So now this order details we will fetch it. Here also we can provide a link. We can fetch the order ID details, and also we can go to account. There also we can search these order details.